specifically mentioned by the auditors that concerns Janjambre. And that one, if you go to resolution 21, we did not neglect that one. We said those documents should be produced. You
read that section 21.
That the CEO for Janjambre Area Council must immediately provide all missing vouchers on or before 28 September 2023, failure of which the equivalent amount to be deposited in the accounts of Janjambre Area Council, or the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation immediately and report back to FPAC within 90 days. And the other one, where we have case, apart from the making statements, is 22, that the Director of Finance at Puntaur Area Council must refund the amount that is $198,548 claimed to have been used for settle on or before 28 September 2023. Failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation and immediately report to FPAC within 90 days.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Member for Janjambure, you see that we are on different wavelengths. The criminal aspect has been addressed. This one, if you read it, they are asking councils to prepare their accounts. And the failure to prepare your account will only be known if they fail to do it. If they don't do it, then FPAC will make their relevant recommendations to you and you can determine that. But your fear now is addressed in that clause of the resolution. When you are talking about Janjambure is addressed. So, honorable members, I think we leave it as it is and we move on. All right. Honorable Member for Janjambure, can you continue with your second?
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, on this one, sorry. I just have a proposal. Yes, a different one. On number 36, where we are, I have a different proposal. Yes.
But it looks like everybody said yes to what it is like.
Based on what Janjambure said, but what I'm coming to say is totally different.
What?
Based on what the proposal of Janjambure, but my current proposal will be totally different from that. On 36.
No, what I'm saying that they agree to it as it is. You want to come and make another proposal to it again?
Honorable Speaker, sorry for sitting down. What I'm saying is, the members agreed based on the proposal on the floor. We can't conclude how they will react to what I have to propose. That's my humble belief.
Is you submitted this proposal. There was a proposed amendment to it. And that proposed amendment, after all the debates we have had, members finally said, we leave it as it is. So you are now coming out with another proposal on it. Am I right? A different proposal.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. On 37.
So you are not part of the people who made this proposal.
Honorable Speaker, don't take me to court on the floor.
Honorable member, we are looking at your report.
Honorable Speaker, what is wrong for me to make the report if I believe that the unfoldings on the ground is unfolding, is enriching it, and I can contribute to make it better? What is wrong in that? Should I be indicted for that?
Usually, honorable member, members of the committee come to enrich us, to explain, to help the mover of the motion to explain what they meant.
And that's exactly what I did.
Go ahead with your proposal. We are not going to debate your proposal. We're just going to put it to vote and we continue.
I want to clarify this, Honorable Speaker. We do not have monopoly over power. And you can't dictate when you can have better ideas. So do not indict me on the floor for enriching our report. I do not take that pleasantly.
I don't understand you.
I say do not indict me on the floor for enriching our report. I do not take that pleasantly. And that's exactly what you are doing. And since in the morning, that's what you are doing.
No. Honorable member, what do you mean indictment? For what?
Honorable Speaker, I saw it when Senu told you that I raised my tag and you told him to ignore me. So, Honorable Speaker, I have to be honest.
No. Honorable member, withdraw that statement.
My mind.
Honorable, no, please, sit down.
I will sit down.
Yes, but please withdraw that statement.
Speaker, I will not withdraw it because this is not the first time and I've been saying it.
You said you
I saw Seni I saw Seni when I raised my tag and I told Seni to tell you, and you didn't call me, you called someone else, which means you refused to call me.
Honorable,
I would not withdraw it.
Honorable Widow, please.
I won't.
Honorable member, your statement is not factual because Seni only, for instance, even if that happened, Seni only proposes to me. And two, if Seni is proposing and I call somebody, and how many times have I called, then who did I call in fact? No, I think it was Joshua. You had taken the floor over 3, 4, 5 times. And then I called somebody who was just taking the floor. And after it, I gave it to you. What is the complaint? Please, what you put your proposal.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, with the situation of the councils as they were received at FPAC, the recommendation as to where it stops, it's okay, but we need to make sure when they fail, sanctions are in place. And that shouldn't wait for a future resolution or work from FPAC. So I would propose that where it ends, we add failure to comply will result to immediate investigations by the IGP. Thank you. By the IGP, Honorable Speaker, we've got series of first-time offenders all over the report, but we do not fail to provide sanctions. This should not be an exception. So failure to provide their accounts as proposed in the report by October and December, respectively, should result to sanctions. So I'm proposing that failure to do so, the IGP is hereby instructed to launch an investigation immediately, to be added to the resolution.
Honorable members, I think IGP launches investigation on fraudulent activity. This preparation of accounts are said by the mover of the motion. And there are other institutions here who have not prepared their accounts up to date. So what we are saying is, we are not saying that they will not be punished, but depending on the reasons adduced to your committee, yes, we cannot prepare accounts. Why? They will tell you. Based on that, you make recommendations for whatever type you want to do for it. After you've heard what's the cause of the failure. That's what we are saying. Honorable, we have the member for Woolley East, Central Badibu, and then minority.
Okay. Honorable, I think we adopt as it is, because we've already said this over and over. If they report and say anything, the FPAC will know what they have said, and the FPAC will advise us what steps we should take after that. I think we leave it as it is. That's my position.
Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the original text says that all councils to prepare credible accounts from 2019 to 2020 by the end of October 2023 and the accounts of 2020. So here we are talking of credible accounts. We are not talking of missing funds. What will the IGP will go and investigate? What are they going to investigate? So there's no room for investigation here. So if you want IGP to investigate, let's have another clause or another resolution different from this. But this resolution, I think we maintain as it is. If you have any other resolution for all the council in failure, then come up with that, we adopt that one and make it 38. But 37 is okay as it is.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I also want to echo the same point. Now we have noted the lapses in council regarding preparation of accounts. As I read earlier on broad conclusion in C, D, and E. And we resolute that in order to regulate that, all the councils are all to prepare credible accounts. There will be no excuse if we fail to do that within the given time frame. In fact, it's not only council. There were institutions that were scheduled to appear, but they did not, or they could not produce their accounts. and we ask them for them to do so within a given time frame. Failure to do that, that will warrant now the committee to take action, and that action will be brought forward to the plenary. I believe this is not a matter that's upon, or if accounts are not done, they are not properly done. For you to do that, you ask them to properly do it. That's not for a matter to be investigated by the Inspector General Police.
Yeah, honorable members, it looks like some members believe there are certain fraudulent activities in councils that have not been addressed. If members have specific issues that are not addressed, just as the member for Central Batibu has said, and you want it addressed, you can make proposals on those things. If it cannot be made, then we can ask that the Inspector General of Police go launches an investigation. Yes. Who's? Yeah. The same honorable member, nominated member. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, the preparation of financial statements is the last stage. There are processes involved. And the main reason I'm saying there should be an investigation if at all they fail to comply with these timelines is, from our engagements with the councils, we've seen deliberate attempts to ensure that proper documentation is not maintained, evidences are misleading. So currently, anybody in the committee, if you ask them in FPAC, honestly, they will tell you councils will not be able to what? Bring financial statements because the records are not there.
Yeah, honorable, then make proposals for those fraudulent activities that you have identified, for us to put out a punishment for those ones.
Honorable Speaker, at face value, you cannot talk about fraudulent activities. That's why we want an investigation to know exactly why is it that these councils cannot prepare the financial statements. We give them the opportunity, but at the end of the time, investigation has to happen to know whether it is a deliberate attempt or something else.
But honorable, you know our problem is, you are the people who recommended to us that councils have not prepared their accounts, and that those accounts should be prepared.
I agree.
That is different from fraudulent activities. This time is a directive from the assembly. They will come back to say, we have prepared our accounts, or we cannot prepare the accounts because of A, B, and C. And we will make a determination. Now, if there are fraudulent activities that you said had happened, why they cannot prepare the accounts, those fraudulent activities should be investigated.
Can I clarify, Honorable Speaker? The main reason I do not use the word fraudulent activities, it should be established. My point of argument is, we've seen it at FPAC, that proper trail of documentation is not maintained at councils, and as a result, they could not prepare financial statements. And as at now, we can authoritatively say, even this timeline, they will fail it. So at the end of the timeline, if we leave it open, we'll come back in the same cycle. And that will be the moment that we should chip in to do an investigation to know whether it is a deliberate attempt to deprive the auditor from having financial statements because of A, B, C, and D. I agree with the recommendation, but we need to add there for investigation to chip in after the period of elapsed. I rest my case, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, I think you are suggesting that the IGP should investigate. Is the IG qualified to investigate that is the problem. For not preparation of accounts. That's administrative. How can the IG go to say that you have not prepared your account, that's what we have come to check? So, Honorable Minority, respond to these things and we know. What are your positions?
It is as recommended. We leave as it is.
Sorry, I am made to understand that the Honorable Member for Bundua Kunda's tag was up.
Very well, thank you.
Honorable Member for Bundum, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the resolution is very clear because we've been taking too much of time on this. This is a general resolution that applies to all councils for them to get us a credible accounts. of this 2019 to 2020. So now, it's left to the councils, the CEO and all the political heads, that is the chairman and the mayors and the finance director, for them to work together to get us a credible account. So I think this is something, actually I'm part of the FPAC, definitely the accounts were not okay, but now in fact as a select committee chair of the local government, in fact I was talking to my chairman of FPAC, how best we can work together with the Service Commission so that at least we can try to see how best we can help the council. Because the thing is now, what we need to do is about to find a solution. It's an issue, what we need to do, we all have to work together to ensure that, councils, they give us a credible account. Because they are very, very critical as far as community development is concerned. Thank you.
So what are you suggesting? You are suggesting we leave it as it is, or you are buying the...
Yes, because already they will get this resolution, and now it's left to them for them to go and ensure that, we get the...
Understand? Are you in agreement with the current resolution, or you want the proposal?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Somebody else was talking there.
Member for
Fonyi Jarol.
Yes. I agree with what the nominated member is saying, that there is a lot of suspicion. But as of now, what we need is the preparation of credible reports. So we should leave it as it is at the moment.
Honorable nominated member, it looks like most people want it left as it is until you hear from the various area councils and you can make your necessary recommendations.
I agree to the view of the majority, but I will vindicate it the day we present our next report, and the situation will be what? The same. And those in FPAC know better. Thank you.
Honorable member for Ganjambure, you said you had your second one, am I right?
Please, Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I just want us to look at number 16. And I read that the Ministry of Youth and Sports must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October, failure of which the budget for the institution must not be considered. Honorable Speaker, I don't think it will be fair for the Parliament to punish an institution, more especially an institution that is responsible for young people. Therefore, I want to recommend, that is to say, that the Minister of Youth and Sports and its boards of directors must regularize, because NYSS is governed by a board. I think it's important we involve them in the process. Must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October 2023, failure of which the Minister of Youth and Sports must face the Select Committee of Youth, Sports, Tourism and Culture for clarifications. Thank you.
Can I get something clear, Honorable Member? The Youth and Sports Youth Service Scheme, is it true that they have a board?
Honorable Speaker, yes, sir.
They have a board. Do they have a board?
Speaker, yes, sir.
I want to confirm. Yes, Honorable Minority Leader and Member for the Common North.
Yes, indeed, there's a board, but the board is not functioning. That's the problem. The board is not functioning or was not functioning. The board chairman could not be available for the board to be meeting, and that is why, depending problems, in fact, the board is connected to it. The finance director was supposed to be appointed, could not be appointed because the board chairman is not available and the board is not meeting. And that's why we said it should not be the board and the ministry that should regulate. It is a ministry that should regulate. If at all the board is functioning, then you can say the board should be involved in the regular. But the issue affects the board itself. So that's the problem.
Honorable member, mover of the motion. If the board is not functioning, if a board of an institution, the governing body of an institution is not functioning, you cannot make good that institution unless you have a functioning board. Why don't you recommend that that board be removed and the government to appoint qualified, able, competent people to be members of the board? Because what will happen is you are asking people to come and intervene into something. If the management is rotting, you should try to replace the management. Yes, honorable member.
Yeah, we have not gone to that far, but the issue as I'm trying to say is surrounding the board chair. The board is not meeting simply because they said their care has not been available. And that's what, we are not saying directly change this, but we are asking them to regulate. And that entails a lot.
Honorable member for Central Badibu.
Yeah, the resolution is not specific. If you read the resolution, what we are getting from the mover of the motion and what is stated in the resolution is different. Because he said that the Ministry of Youth and Sport must regularize the situation. What is the situation? What is the situation in question? The youth service scheme, the National Youth Service Scheme by the end of October, failure to which the budget for the institution must be considered. So there is nothing that we need to be well informed to know what action to be taken. So I believe, as suggested by the Speaker, we need to be informed what action do we need to take. Is it we are going to recommend the board to be dissolved or a new board to be set up? You need to guide us.
Yes, minority.
I think the resolution is not the end of all. The resolution is emanated from the report. Make reference to the report pertaining to the National Youth Service Scheme. And if you go to the report on the National Youth Service Scheme, page 67, the board chairperson of the National Youth Service Scheme has not been available to steer the affairs of the institution, and no one has been delegated to oversee the position. The Ministry of Youth and Sport is said to be aware of the current situation at National Youth Service Scheme, and the Director General of National Youth Service Scheme had been on administrative leave for a long time. So with this, we have known what the situation at National Youth Service Scheme, and this is what we ask the Ministry to regulate. It's not that we don't know. If you go to the report, you see it there.
All right, Honorable, why don't we just add to regularize the board issue and then the director's issue?
That's okay. That's okay.
Pardon? Are you? Yes, Combo South.
Speaker, this issue of the board and the executive director of NYSS had been going on for the last 5 years. It's not only this, had been going on for the last 5 years. So we have to take the bull by the horn, instruct the minister to dissolve that board and make sure that they take all the necessary steps to ensure that the board is put in place.
For Banjul South. Juma. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
No, I am fine now because I wanted to raise the same issue as the member for Combo South. Because if regularizing and the central body, you must indicate what are you going to regularize? It should come clearly in the resolutions. So the board, or whether the chairman or the entire board members, it must be captured so that we know the assembly, what they are saying is this. If you are presented with the resolutions, you are not expected to go back to the report and know what the resolution is talking about. But the resolution should give an idea as to what we're talking about. Is the board chair and the board have not been functioning, we must hold the board by the horn and then indicate that the board must be regularized within a short period of time. Because as important an institution as the National Youth Service Scheme, without a board, that is serious. Without a board chair, the board cannot meet because of the chair is not available. How many Gambians do we have to appoint a board for the NYSS? And if the board is appointed, chair, he's appointed, he's not coming, he must be sacked, and we get another board chair. Period.
I think, honorable member, and the issue of, I don't know, is it CEO? Did you say the CEO? The Director General? Yeah. But
I think the NYSS now, they have a director, yes. They have, yes.
That has been regularized?
Yes.
So it is more about the board, honorable member.
You know, this was a long time. We don't know whether it has been regularized or not, whether the board chair has been attending meetings or not, and then whether the Director General at one point was sent on administrative leave. Now, whether he has resumed work or not. So that's the thing.
Yeah, this is emanating from the Auditor General's report. So now, let's then be specific to the issue of the board and the Director General. Can we do that?
In doing that, I think at this juncture, since we don't know the current status as far as currently, I don't think we can say that the board to be dissolved at this juncture. If the ministry has done anything, when we ask them to regularize, and if they have done anything, they'll report to us.
I think the concern is, when you say regularize, do they understand what you want them to regularize?
They know because it's in the report. If we are to send this resolution, the report will be attached to it.
Honorable Speaker.
Not only the report, we had engagement with them. Yeah.
Yes, honorable member for Central Badu.
I think the mover wants to be defensive. Yeah, but the issue is there was a report led here, and from the report, that's where we are generating a resolution. And he said in his resolution that that institution needs to be regularized. So it means that you have facts why you are saying regularized. What is happening there? Now you went further to say that the board chair is nowhere to be seen when there are meetings. You said that. So then, what should we recommend? I have a proposal that the ministry should institute a new board and appoint a new director.
Yes, honorable minority.
Honorable Speaker, you know what I'm trying to say? At this juncture, if we are to recommend that, if already that has been taking place, a new board is in place and a new chairperson is in place and then a new director general is in place, then what do? What we are saying, we were aware of this in the National Youth Service Scheme, and the ministry has been engaged about it for them to act.
You discussed with the ministry
on the issue.
On the issue, and they know what your concerns were.
They know what was there at the council. So whether it has been regularized or not, now we are telling them to regularize it.
You don't know whether they are telling you.
No.
Speaker.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker, clarification.
Banjul South.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think as a member of the committee, I did not want to make any comment, but I think I'll need to make clarifications. What we needed to regularize, because there were issues, and they changed the director, and I think that is what the committee wanted them to confirm and regularize, because there are some discrepancy. Some are saying there is a new director. They removed the director and brought another one, and that is what we want to confirm, because we want them to do it according to the law. I think the mover of the motion can confirm that. That is why we do not want to be specific, because we did not know what was happening. So we wanted them to bring us a proper report, and this resolution would ask them to send the proper, this resolution, they would answer to it before October, before the end of October, to confirm whether that has happened. They removed one director and installed another director, and that was done irregularly. That is the reason why we included this. Thank you.
So you are saying that even the appointment of the new director is irregular?
That is what we want to confirm.
Okay. So, yes, I don't know.
Honorable Speaker, I think then this resolution needs to be suspended. Since the movers of the resolution, they are not clear, they are not sure of what is happening in that ministry. So I think we cannot resolve into something that is not clear to us. So because of the facts presented, that's what we should rely on and make a resolution. So let them continue making their findings at their own time. They can bring a resolution.
Only East.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Speaker, we have I know why they generalize it, because of the many problems there. But I was thinking if they can liaise with the drafter, our legal drafters, they will be able to capture all the problems here. And then we ask them to regularize them. I think that will be more explicit to us. Because what the Assembly wants to know exactly what we are asking them to do. We want something specific. So they have A, B, C, and D. These are all issues. And if they can just capture them in brief and ask the right authorities to address them, I think that will be a better resolution.
No, I think
you understand what I'm trying to say. Hello?
I know what
minority. We are raising our issues and we are just having another meeting.
I think what Honorable Member for Wole is, what the fears the committee had, according to them, is that since then they don't know what developments have happened. If you are talking about, for instance, for them to look at the board, and yet they have effected that, it may mean that the current board that they have instituted, you are asking them to remove. You know, if it is the director, it may mean you people are asking them, even with this one you do. So I think so far they have had discussions on the issues, on the concerns raised. It means the ministry knows what exactly FPAC wants from them and what the auditors found wanting. And if you ask them now to regularize those things, they know which ones they are talking about. So far they had engaged them earlier. Am I right?
Why don't we say when they do the regularization, they report back to FPAC?
I think that is important. How would you know that they have done what you have asked them?
Honorable Speaker.
Just hold on, Chairman of the committee. Why don't they report back to FPAC? You are by end September, end October, and report back to FPAC. Is that okay? Yeah, because I want to believe what the member for Ganyambure said about punishing the institution without a budget. That is not punishment. If there are still irregularities, you identify the people who have failed and you try to impose punishment on them. So what about the issue of failure of which the budget for the institution must not be considered? To delete that. Minority?
Let's delete it. These are young people.
What is your opinion?
And we believe that is a further way for them to be serious with the matter and act accordingly.
But how do they suffer? How? The budget is for the youths, these things and all these things. You ask us, they will be paid. And the beneficiaries will not have it.
They will not try to trap into that. I think that's it's going to make them to be further committed and do the needful.
Will punish more the innocent people than them. If you want to punish them, why don't you punish them directly without harming others? Why don't you say the board and the management all will be suspended? Well, I mean, I'm giving just an example. That will not affect everybody. I am just giving an example. I just took one side to say A. So that's why I mean, be specific to the crime, punish the people involved, than a non-approval of a budget. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I think most of the members, they are indicating there are a lot of issues, and we need to solve those issues. As National Assembly, we cannot rely on the fact that management or the board has been ineffective and actually we punish the entire institution. How many Gambians are there who could manage? We could either suspend this clause until tomorrow or before end of the session, then they'll bring it again. They would have contacted the ministry, know what happened, then we move on. Or we delete the issue of the budget.
I think now try to contact by the institution that will be based on the report that emanated from the plenary. So I think where we have issue is, Honorable Speaker suggested we add by end of October and report back to FPAC. That can be added. Now the penalty, that is now the board of consensus. Whether we should have the penalty clause or we remove it, I think that's the issue. If we feel that the penalty will make the vast youth to be suffered, we can limit ourselves to report back to FPAC. Then whatever emanated from that, FPAC will take action.
I think you are very right in this particular one. But you know what will happen also? You will be able, let's avoid punishing everybody, even innocent people. There are managements to institutions. There are people who are entrusted with responsibility to carry out certain things. If they are failures, identify those people and then. But you are to say that the whole institution no budget. Yes, member for Woolly East.
Honorable Speaker, if we accept this resolution as it is, it means that it is the minister or the ministry that we are instructing. And if they fail to do this, it means that we have some issue with the minister himself. Because it is the minister that we are instructing to deal with these issues. You understand? So I believe they should report to the FPAC. Yes, and failure of which, that means that will be a contempt of the National Assembly by the minister. Because we are instructing him to do something and he has refused to do it. It means it's a contempt. So when we have contempt, what do we do with contempt?
Yeah, I think what I was thinking is there will be punishment. You have instructed, given a deadline for them to report back to the FPAC. FPAC listening to what they bring. They have done their corrections, good, fine. They have done ABC, they have not done ABC, fine. They deliberately refuse to do it, fine. FPAC will know and then make recommendations, either to censor the minister or to distinct the bullet or to do that. Let's hear from them. It's just October ending. They will come back to FPAC and report. Yes, Honorable.
Now the proposal is to amend, and that is to say the Minister of Youth and Sports must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October 2023 and report back to FPAC.
And my problem is a report to FPAC in December. So why don't you be specific?
The ministry is supposed to report to, they're supposed to do the regularization on or before the end of October 2023 and report back to FPAC on or before the 15th of November 2023, the mid of November.
No.
You are not in agreement.
Because I'm not still happy or satisfied with regularization. I want us to be specific on the board issue and the director.
No, I think we have said that we don't know what developments there have been. Now, but the people, youth and sports, they were aware because they were engaged by the committee. And the committee told them what their concerns were. So if you go back to tell them regularize it, they know what the committee is referring for, wants to be regularized.
Honorable Speaker, this is a resolution that you are developing. And you have to be specifically resolved. You cannot make a blanket resolution. So at the end of the day, who are you going to hold accountable? So if you make it open, they said, okay, we don't know you mean by this. So what I'm saying, what you resolve to should be specific. But anyway, it depends, it's left to the House.
The problem actually, what they explain, Honorable Member, is already since this thing happened, the ministry had done some actions. And if you now talk about, for instance, if there is a new board, for instance, and you now send to them that a new board should be instituted, dissolve the other board, for instance, recommend that. It may mean that the thing they have put in place should go also. So that's why they said so far they are aware of the concerns of FPAC. They were engaged and it was explained to them. So if you ask them to regularize the irregularities, they know what were irregular. They know it.
If he wants that way, I think all that we can add is to regularize the situation surrounding the board, because the issue surrounding the board, the chairperson and then the director general. The chairperson and the director general are both members of the board. So if you say surrounding the board, includes all those people. So you want us to be specific. It is on the board. Yeah? Fine. I'm trying to limit to chairperson and then the director general. You said the principal accountant?
If you are specific, you know, the argument you post for not being specific is that there may be happenings there that you are not aware of.
Chair.
So what is added by the minority is report back to FPAC on before. Report back to FPAC by November 15th. Not 2024, but 2023. Can you read the reconstructed resolution for members to hear?
The Ministry of Youth and Sports must regularize the situation at National Youth Service Scheme by end of October 2023 and report back to FPAC by November 2023. By November 15, 2023.
Latrikunda Sabeji, it's your turn. Central Badibu.
Yes, I have observation on 31 and 27. 31, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Justice must review government's engagement with Gamworks to protect public interest by end of October 2023. I want the mover to highlight on this. What is the government engagement? What is government engagement with Gamworks? We need to know. No. Yes, and the other one, 27, that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December. Okay.
What is your question on?
My question is
on 31.
Yeah, on 31. I'm not clear with government engagement with Gamworks. We want to be specific, and at the end of the day, they should report back to the FPAC to be added.
Mover of the motion, can you clarify?
Well, we have issue with Gamworks regarding for Gamworks to make submission of their financial statement to FPAC. There were legal opinions that Gamworks is not under institution that's supposed to submit their financial statement to FPAC. And the legal opinion for that was backed by the Solicitor General. And then we consulted our legal department, and they also concur with that position. We have the feeling that partly government contributes to Gamworks fundings. And if that is the case and they cannot be accountable to the National Assembly, there's a need for the Justice Ministry to look into that. That is to review government engagement with Gamworks regarding financing their projects.
Government investment. Gamworks, I think, is wholly funded by government. It's not partial.
Not wholly and solely.
KK, a member for Combo South.
No. Honorable Speaker, Gamworks is an entity that is supported by institutions and agencies that are funded by the central government, and their funds are coming from the consolidated fund. So why should they not submit their report to FPAC? Government money is used in running the affairs of Gamworks. All the constructions that they are doing for the local councils, they are contributing 10% of the amount, and that is coming from public funds. So they should be looked into.
When you talk about the World Bank and all these things, yes, but whatever is put there is paid by government, by the people. But this had been a long recurrent issue, even during our time. We had these problems. But it is because of the agreement signed between the government and the parties. So if you look at this statement, the engagement, I think Gamworks came about by an act of parliament. So I think it's not the engaging them, but reviewing whatever agreements they put up together. And that to be specific, I think is so that they can be accountable to the Gambian people through FPAC. I think we should be specific on this particular one, so whatever they want to review, they know what you want them to have in it. I think that's what you want, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. Any comments on that? Woolly East?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I think the issue is that if they are dealing with government public funds, therefore they must submit their accounts for audit by the Auditor General. So whatever we are going to say here is that we want them to review their arrangement with the Gamworks to ensure that Gamworks submits their accounts for the interest, so that the interest of the public is is ensured. I think something like that would suffice.
I cannot recall much. Yes, let me have members. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this issue of Gamworks and the National Assembly is not from today. Even if you could remember, then FPAC from 2011, 2012 to 2017, we have this issue with Gamworks. Gamworks, legally, they believe they should not be accountable by the National Assembly. In this case, I think now what we should do now is to look for a legal opinion on this matter.
You see, if I can faintly remember, I think Gamworks funds come from, I think, the World Bank or where. And then it's a form of a loan. And that is being paid by the Gambian people. Yeah, the government is the Gambian people. Now, some of the conditions why those people will put their funds for payment is that they want to make sure that their funds are secured and well accounted for. And therefore, the Gamworks accounts are audited by, I think, World Bank auditors, external auditors by World Bank, and accounts submitted, if I am not wrong. Now, the irony here is we also want Gamworks, because we finally pay the money, and therefore we want them to be accountable to the Gambian people. The agreement then was, can we have the account shared, that is the account by the external auditors, sent to them and sent to the Auditor General for onward transmission to Parliament. Those were things that were thought about, but we could not finalize it. But if I remember faintly, so these were some of the challenges we had. It has something to do with conditions for the money to be given. Yes, before I call you, I want to see if there is any other part. Okay, you can come.
Joshua.
Yes, Central Badibu.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, if I could have the mover of the motion saying that they have already sought a legal opinion to this matter. But what I could remember vividly, in the 5th legislature, we have to be clear in what area or in what manner that the National Assembly is limited with Gamworks. Because there was a project, the construction of Sukuta Jambanjeri Road, which was given to Gamworks and National Assembly Select Committee on Monitoring Performance Oversight to them. And the Gambia Food Processing Unit, also GGC, they also had a project with those people. And they were called here to answer to the National Assembly. So what kind of separation are you trying to put across? Can we be well informed, or we allow FPAC to still look into this matter and seek legal opinion as suggested by you?
They are not getting the audited accounts of Gamworks. And they want to get the audited accounts of Gamworks. Honorable Member for Central Badibu, listen to this one. What they want is to get the audited accounts of Gamworks, just like they receive audited accounts of other institutions. That's the challenge they have. Yes, sorry. Okay, after Nyamina, the nominated member, Keba.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if I should hear from the member for Central Badibu that Gamworks themselves have sought a legal opinion on this matter, I think it's better they share the legal opinion with us so that we can know what to do. What was the legal opinion?
Honorable member for nominated member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, legal opinions were sought on this issue, both from the Ministry of Justice and the National Assembly. And both cited Section 175 of the Constitution, saying Gamworks doesn't qualify to be called a public enterprise. But what FPAC is trying to do here is, we know that Gamworks was incorporated in 1993. as an agency which is tasked to make sure that government infrastructure projects are delivered based on what efficiency and productivity. And the main reason they are having finance from their sponsors is because they are leveraging on the goodwill of what? Government. So we do not want to conclude. That's why we want the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Justice to review the framework they have with Gamworks in order to protect the interests of the Gambian people. We've passed the stage of seeking legal advice. We've already got that. And FPAC cannot do any other thing. We now want the plenary to mandate us in order to tax the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of Finance to protect the interests of the people. Thank you.
I think you are very clear, but I think you should reframe your statement, your motion, your resolution. Because it's a review, it's a possible review of the agreement or the framework between the two parties with a view to ensure that Gamworks is accountable to the National Assembly. I think that's what you want.
No, we do not want to be specific. We want to leave it in the hands of the technicians in both ministries. It might even require a constitutional amendment. I can say today, let's amend the Constitution, Section 175, and make sure Gamworks is in. But we do not want to be specific. We want the recommendations to come from where? Whatever they recommend as Parliament, we make sure we ensure it.
No, you may not, Honorable, I don't think, section, if you want to amend so that it can be a parastatal, it may not be a parastatal. But any institution, whether named or unnamed, and you are paid for, you are paid with public funds, you are accountable to the National Assembly.
Yes, Speaker.
There is no exception. That one, the possible amendment is relating it to public enterprises. It may not be a public enterprise, doesn't matter. Let it be what it is, but let it be accountable to the institution. Yes, Honorable Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we have to be very clear here with Gamworks, because I mean, these are two things. There are projects that are dealing directly with government. That government assigned Gamworks to monitor and supervise. Let's have an example of the health posts that they built recently. Those are government projects. Can we say here that those projects should be accounted by Parliament? Parliament needs to know those accounts, how they were spent, but not all their accounts, but be specific.
Can you start again?
What I want to say here is very clear. Let's take it this way. Gamworks is not only dealing with government projects. At times, government do assign them on projects to monitor and supervise. They give them the funds and ask them to do A, B, C, and D. Let's take an example of the health projects. The health posts that are newly built were monitored and supervised by Gamworks. Can we see that all those government projects that were assigned by government for Gamworks to monitor should be accountable by the Parliament? I think when we say...
Honorable.
Yes.
Any public fund, wherever Gambia government people's money go into, you are accountable. Anywhere.
Yeah, but if when it comes to the constitution, they do have their legal part of it. They came and then they were asked to say no. It's not a response to Parliament. Now I'm saying that as far as the legal part of it is there, let Parliament come and take it this way to say all projects that are given to them by government should be accountable for.
What is happening is the agreement. What people took it from is you want to make Gamworks a parastatal, so that the public enterprises would bring in their accounts. They are telling you Gamworks is not. That's what they rely on. But there are provisions in the Constitution that dictates that all public institutions that is funded by public funds should be they should be audited by the Auditor General, and the Auditor General's report should come to the National Assembly. Whether you are a parastatal or a public enterprise or a so far you are utilizing public funds. So is the agreement that they had with Gamworks, because that was the condition laid by the World Bank before they will put in their money. And they agreed. That's why they are asking government to see whether they can have a re-engagement with Gamworks with Gamworks with a view to ensuring that they are transparent to the people, to the Gambian people. I think that's the request in short.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think this is very clear. For this one, I will support FPAC. Because Gamworks, as I was doing just some more research, definitely is not a public enterprise, it's not a government agency, it's just a company sort of established by the Companies Act, something like that. But as they recommend, let's the agreement be reviewed so that we put something in place, the public funds that are going in there, we see how best it can be accounted. But we cannot specify. I think this is very apt and appropriate.
Come out.
Honorable Speaker, Gamworks was incorporated in 1993 as an international NGO working in the Gambia with civil society organization, youth, and GALTA. So the board of Gamworks comprises of these 4 institutions, and they pay annual contribution to Gamworks as a member of the board. And when area councils or ministries are engaging Gamworks, they pay 10% of the total cost to Gamworks for the supervision and the work that they are doing. Like if you are giving the building at BCC, if it is 30 million, BCC will have to pay 10 million out of that, 10% of that to Gamworks for the construction work and the supervision that they are doing. Why should they not come and report to FPAC to see the funds that they are derived from the consolidated fund are spent? We are not telling the lawyers or the Ministry of Justice that we are calling Gamworks as a public enterprise. We are not saying that. What we are saying, funds that are being derived from the consolidated fund should be accounted for by the agency. That's all. And those agencies are manned and ruled by these organizations that are public entities in this country.
I think we're almost all speaking the same language now. That's all what you want is Gamworks to be accountable. Yeah, I think all what the concern by the member for Central Badibu was trying to reframe it and restructure it so that the meaning can come out. Am I right? Yeah. Yes, honorable member.
Yeah, now having listened to the proposal from different members, I now crafted the amendment as follows: that the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Justice must review the legal frameworks on Gamworks to make it accountable to the people, period.
You okay with that? Okay. Now you're honorable member for Central Badibu.
Is 27. Yes, we are done with it. Now that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December 2022 to the FPAC will have their budget not approved. Now, for example, when we say area councils, they get subvention from government. So that's why I want to be cleared by the mover here. What do you mean by is it both our national budget and the subvention or whatsoever it is? I don't know what you mean by this. And is it a wise decision not to approve their budget?
Honorable member.
Now, if we are getting persistently, institutions are not submitting their audited finance, and then we are giving you a budget, we believe we should not draw a conclusion and act swiftly. And that's why we are giving this time frame for them to comply and then do so. Otherwise, we will not be giving the fund, because if we give you the fund and you are not giving us your report, we are encouraging you not to be giving us. But we believe if we do this, they will be committed to act urgently.
Well, honorable member, I think there are people assigned to prepare the accounts and make it available to you. It's not all the institution members, the cleaners, the laborers, the listings, the drivers. It's not them. You assigned people who are supposed to prepare these things for you. If they don't do it, why don't you go for those people? You have a situation where an institution doesn't have a budget. I mean, those people will not. Those people are not affected. It's the whole country that will be affected. So let's be specific. It's not denying them the budget is not the issue. There are people who are supposed to do it. That's why they are paid what they are paid. They don't do it. You identify them and punish them.
The other option is, can I call? Generally, you can say the institution's budget will not be approved, or you can limit it to the development budget of the institution. Now the recurrent budget can be there that can address the issue of salaries that we are bothered about. But in terms of development budget, we can say that will not be approved.
Yeah, Honorable, if the development budget is not approved, does it affect the institution or Gambia? It does not affect the director. The director, in fact, could be moved in the next day to another place, or the minister moved or removed. So when you don't approve a budget, it does not do anything to them. In fact, you are punishing everybody. We fall shy of saying that when you have not done this, A, B, C, and D should be done A, B, and C. You know how institutions operate. Who are those responsible? You know them. But not giving a whole institution a budget. For instance, education, you don't give it a budget. What happens? It means everything is down. So let's identify the people.
Joshua.
Then from there, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, if I can record, I think I came up with this resolution, Honorable Speaker. The reason why I brought up this resolution was very clear. It's like, we do have audited reports that are pending. And then I felt that it was necessary to say, before any budget is being passed, A, B, and C need to be done. Bring us your last audited report. We see it and it's not been approved, but let it be submitted to us. And then next budget we can approve it. Because, Honorable Speaker, it's like, today when we are dealing with the World Bank, they come with their conditions. And if those conditions are not fulfilled, nothing is being disbursed. Why don't we apply the same thing to say, if you don't come with the audit accounts, we are not going to approve your budget. So by bringing your audit account, we could qualify your budget to be approved. This is why I came up with this resolution. But the way I'm seeing it, if you want to leave it as it is, it's going to be a problem, Honorable Speaker, because the one on top is responsible of the one on the class also, Honorable Speaker.
Saying the same thing as what is contained in the budget, in the statement.
I came up with this.
Yes, so you have said that already. Yes. We are studying. What I'm trying to say is, not approving a budget is a punishment for the whole Gambian people.
Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, no, before I come to you, I have said after him, I said it was minority, I think, then Deputy Speaker, then Talini.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you looked at this resolution, a situation, Honorable Speaker, where an institution cannot give an audited account and cannot give an activity report, and then again, still now, you want to give them money because it is through this audited account and the activity report that you can even determine their budget. In the event they cannot produce it, I think the way it is, in this case, it is apt, definitely, the way it is captured now.
Why didn't you punish the management?
No, here you are not punishing the management because the management is not doing their work. They cannot produce audited account.
This is what I'm saying. Why are you not punishing the management, but you are not giving them a bucket that the whole Gambia will suffer? Honorable member, nominated member and speaker, deputy speaker.
Honorable Speaker, you know, FPAC or any other committee must have informed those institutions, officials who are responsible to submit their audited account and financial statement to FPAC. They must have been written to time and time again. And these institutions have management. They have leadership of those various institutions. Why not punish those management? Because one, they are either doing it blatantly with disregard of the institution of the National Assembly. Two, they are ineffective. Three, or maybe there is mismanagement of funds or corruption. And then four, this cannot be as usual. If you want to deny budget for a whole institution, 1, 2, 3, 4 institutions, you are calling for a serious ungovernable in this country. You are calling for crisis, you are calling for chaos in this country, and you are denying a good number of people their pay, them going to work, and it can be instability. You have management in institutions. FPAC have written to them, and FPAC is tabling this report for us as the highest institution in terms of oversight and in terms of accountability, because these people are accountable to the President and to the National Assembly. So as an institution, we must take the bull by the horn, because what is going to happen as a managing director or a finance director or a CEO or a board chairman and board membership, they cannot hold this assembly and this country to ransom by us aiding and abetting them, helping them to run this country into chaos. Because if we deny these people pay and we deny them budget because of few people, we are rendering this country ungovernable. What we should do is those institutions to be identified and FPAC to identify their leaderships. That's with the CEOs, the board chair, in fact the entire board, because the board is responsible to causing or the minister to cause the financial or the activity report and financial statement and account be audited and submitted to Parliament. So we must identify those who are responsible and put up a punitive measures. FPAC must have warned them several times with letters they refuse. If we don't do that, we are not doing justice to this country.
Honorable members, I think if it is a PE, a public enterprise, it's managed by a board. And the board usually, the CEO is a member of the board, secretary. If that institution does not prepare accounts or is going wrong, by whoever is doing should have done it, they are empowered to ensure that it is done or discipline them. If they are not doing that and nothing is happening, you get to them and you levy it on them. Then you exonerate them and say the institution. And then where not only the institution, everybody else will suffer. There are people who are paid for it to make sure that things happen that way. That's their TOR. And they are not doing it. Honorable Member for Talending.
Honorable Speaker, this is just to reinforce your position. I think I've said it the other time here. We must find out who is responsible, whose job it is to prepare these audited accounts and present to FPAC. Those are the people we should hold responsible. We cannot punish everyone in the institutions based on the failures or ineptitude of someone else. It's not a fair treatment. You know, it's not definitely fair. And then when we say budget includes other, PE, personal emoluments, and other important, even they are current, but they are important. If we want to disapprove all of this because of the ineffectiveness or the ineptitude of the seniors in an institution, I don't think that's a fair treatment. Let's look at whose job it is to provide these audited accounts to FPAC, and hold them accountable and responsible. And then even, I don't know whether we can apply, contempt of the committee or National Assembly or something, because when they fail to provide the documents that they are supposed to provide, I don't know. But then we'll just find somebody in the institution to punish. We cannot punish the cleaners, the clerks, and everyone in the institution because of the wrongdoings or the ineffectiveness of somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, it's the board that is naturally responsible to ensure that accounts are prepared, and then it may be the finance director and some accounting officers who do the job. But who should ensure that it is done? It's the board. It's the management. Let's get the management. If it is not done, we would have heard that it is not done and Mr. A or B or Mrs. B has been punished by management for not doing this, and somebody is put in who is doing the job. But where it is not happening, it means you should deal with them. The management.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I think here we should just propose, probably either by 31st of December 2023, depending on the chair's proposal, those who are responsible of causing the budget or the audited account to be laid before Parliament, failure of which the management and the board, they should be replaced.
On the floor, rather than not approving the budget of the institutions involved, the suggestion is, why don't you identify the culprits and then punish them for their failures? Who list?
Thank you, Honorable. I think we are dealing with 27, isn't it? Number 27, that the institutions that have not. Minority Leader.
Please.
Minority Leader, that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December 2020 to the FPAC. You know, that does not make, that's not the sense that we want to say. So we should say that the institutions that have not submitted their audited accounts and activity reports do so by 31st December 20, no, that's not. Do activity reports up to 31st December 2020 to the FPAC, do so, and then you give a time frame.
It is correct here. The way it is correct.
No, there is no time frame. 27, we are dealing with 27.
Yes, but we are having two things.
Yes.
We are now battling with the issue of will have their budget not approved.
Yes, but the instruction itself is not clear.
Yes, what we are saying is, you are trying to put a time frame to it. Yeah, but to put a time frame is another thing. What about the one now pending? What is your opinion on that?
No, I said what I said is that, for example, what the my deputy speaker said, that the responsible personnel be reprimanded if they have not done so.
Approving the budget.
Yeah. The responsible personnel be reprimanded.
What do you want included in addition to that?
Without specific, if you don't know the specific persons who are responsible, you just say the responsible personnel. And then at the end of the time, then you know.
If it is, if it is public enterprises, is the board. No other person. Not the board care, board. Yes, minority.
Yes, having listened to the proposals and suggestions, concerns, I hereby crafted the amendment as follows: that the institutions that have not submitted their pending audited accounts and activity reports up to 31st December 2023 to the FPAC must do so by 31st December 2023, failure of which disciplinary actions must be taken on the management. The first 2020
is
the first one is 2020.
Audited accounts and activity reports those who have not prepared that up to 2020 are now given the chance to prepare it before 31st December 2023.
2023.
Yes.
Should be taken on the management specifically.
Honorable Speaker. Chair. Honorable Speaker, I was just wondering if you only stop at management, does that include board, or you have to say yeah, the board and management? Because the board is the management as well. Can the chair elucidate more on that?
That some others may not have a board. Some institutions who have failed may not have a board. So if you have an institution that has a board, it means the board is the management. Where you don't have a board, there will be a management committee. I think that's what it implies.
Do you also have some institution without a board also? They are still presenting their audited account to FPA. So if that is the case, when you say board and management?
Say board and management, you know some institutions with boards still have management committees. So you are going to, when you say management, the board is part of management, or they are not? All right, to be on the safe side, we put board and management.
Yeah, you know, for clarity, because this is a resolution, some will, I'm not sure what they will, but you know, you are,
you see, if you talk about responsible personnel, they can go and be witch hunting the director of finance, the deputy director, these things and all these things. When we are not referring to those people, they are the ones who failed their duty to make sure that those things were prepared. So that's why we want the board and management. Minority. Board and management, huh?
Management. Why do you want to? When we are reviewing the reports of the committees, it is the management that responds to audit queries. The board chairperson is there, but his responsibility is only to open and do the introductory remarks. But issues regarding to responding to audit queries, that's the sole responsibility of the management.
Honorable, there is one thing. Responding to audit queries is management or administration. The board's responsibility is to make sure that the institution performs its obligatory duties. That's why even in the Constitution, they put the president should ensure that the estimates of this and that is relayed to Parliament within this. So it's the board that is there to make sure that those functions happen. When it comes to the day-to-day operations, the board cannot answer that. It's the management, those people who are responsible, who will answer that. But for the accounts to be prepared, the board should ensure that the accounts are prepared, because when it is prepared, it's given to them first before it goes anywhere for their approval.
Honorable Speaker.
So for money, if you know, we don't want the leaders to go and punish innocent workers there. Before you come out with your resolution, if there were lapses, they should make sure that they punish them to do the job. But when all those things failed, and Parliament is now coming up, we are now only going for the management, the heads, the board, because they are the ones who had failed. So we should hold them to account.
Speaker?
Yes?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, no doubt to your submission. Mine was only to find out, do we have some institutions that report to FPAC but they don't have board? That is why before debating, just say board and or management. Simple. For example, council, do they have management? Or do we have other institutions that goes to FPAC and they don't have, sorry, do they have a board? Do we have other institutions that report to FPAC but they don't have board? When you have that, you are free, you are safeguarded, you are assured that whether they have, they don't have, everybody is on board.
I think board chairs are responsible for ensuring that all regulations and rules and functions of the board are adhered to. So it is the responsibility for each board director or board chairperson to make sure that the reports are prepared on the preferred schedule in their governance structures. So it is the directors that are responsible and the chairperson. The directors of the institutions and the chairperson are responsible for the preparation of the audit papers to the auditors.
You know, when you say chairperson, the board chairperson. You know, when you say the board, usually when you constitute a board, the board members, the head of that institution is usually the secretary, or is also a member all the time. So when you talk about the board, you have captured all of them. What we want to prevent is, if you put in personnel, you send it to me and I'm the board chairman, and that's my director general. You say, we are asked to punish you people. You have not done your job. You, the director, finance, and all these things. That's not what we are saying. We are saying that they should do, they have not done. Now we are holding them accountable. Otherwise, they will escape. That's why I want to buy the idea that where you have a board, fine. Where you have management, fine. Where you have board and management, fine. But we hold to account the board and management of the institutions. Yes. Our legal advisors, they are saying every institution has a governing body. So we can talk about board or other governing bodies of an institution. That's what he's saying.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes?
Yeah, board and management covers what they are saying.
Okay, so you are comfortable with board and management. Fine. We have finished that. Any other? No, we are going by the list. Lower Fladu, West. Jeswang.
I think I have an additional one here. If possible, to be named as number 38 before going to the other ones that I've already marked. With regards to this resolution, number 38, if possible, that the Ministry of Finance.
Are you proposing a new insertion?
Yeah, I'm proposing a new one plus the one I have here.
Hey, the one you are bringing now, is it a new insertion?
It's a new one, yes. It's a new one.
Okay.
Hey, it's a new one. Number 38, if possible. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance should make sure that all council use the IFMIS system in order to, in their council dealings, transaction. Let them use IFMIS system in their council transaction for all financial transactions. they should use the IFMIS system in all councils. Yeah. No, but it's there, but they're not using it. This is why there are many problems. So we should make sure they use it in all their transactions.
It's there, but they don't use it.
They are not using it the way they should use it. Because this is why we are having all these problems.
You know, IFMIS, even us, we have problems. IFMIS is a specialized thing for institutions to use.
But Speaker, they are trained for it.
Let me learn.
Okay.
I let you learn. These are specialized issues. If you force councils to use it, councils cannot prepare ordinary accounting these things to prepare and bring to you people. You are now telling them to go and prepare through IFMIS.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
People are saying something, say it loud for people to hear. If somebody is standing, then don't comment. Yes? Honorable member, you can go ahead, you can go on.
Honorable Speaker, yes, the system is already there, and then they were all trained through this system. And the reason why the money was spent on the system is to regularize the councils. And the government is also using the same system. What are they doing with the Asikuta Wall, with GRA? It's a new system and they are using it. And they are making way out of it. So I think it will be important for them to use it because some of them are running away from it because they know that it's there to regularize and monitor them properly. So if you are saying that it's not possible, that's the end of it's like we don't want to regularize things. So let's make sure that they use it because they are already trained for it and money was spent on this.
You know, I think our difference here is even when government introduced IFMIS, it was gradually introduced. It involved a lot of training. And what we do know about councils is they don't have capacity. They have it.
They have well-trained personnel, Speaker.
They have
well-trained personnel in this council, Speaker. They are just running away from it, and if it is forced on them, they will use it. They are revision.
Who are the accountants or financial people here to at least guide us in this, whether...
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Central Badibu.
Honorable
Yes,
Speaker,
after that, Deputy Speaker.
I think Honorable Member of Josung is trying to ensure that we have physical discipline in terms of financial transaction. He's trying to recommend for adjustment with the councils. They cannot just try to use the prototype system of accounting and auditing. So IFMIS system is the most advanced system. So you cannot don't stand for them here. Allow them so that we task them to perform the duty expected. You don't know their costs.
The greatest challenges we have at the councils used to be capacity. In fact, some of the things that slowed down decentralization was capacity. There was a time, in fact, when people were supposed to be redeployed from the relevant institutions to go to councils for decentralization. So when you talk about introduction of IFMIS, introduction of IFMIS does not mean everything is perfect. There are institutions who are not using IFMIS. They are using systems that are helping them to ensure accountability and transparency. What I do know is IFMIS had been a challenge. This is what I'm saying. If you want to enforce them to do it, no problems. But what I thought we should encourage them to do is to do transparent accounting system that they are competent to do.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposal is to, yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker first, before I make.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, council employs or taps employees from Gambian people. the efficient people we have in the ministries.
From
Gambians. The efficient people we have in the ministries, parastatal or private sector, we still have the same Gambians. Once positions are created, or they know very well that they need expertise and expert to do that, they will apply. What we need to do is to say probably by July 2024 or by December 2024, they must implement IFMIS, because the objective would be to enhance financial discipline and prudent usage of service delivery and also usage of public finance that comes through the councils. So irrespective of whatever you believe, but we should be able to give them a timeline, and I support his proposal.
That's fine, honorable members. All what I know is, even in this institution, we had challenges, even to recruit people for IFMIS. So if that is so, I think can you reread it? Can you reread your proposal?
Member who want to contribute before I come in. Member who don't want to contribute. Member who don't want to contribute.
He said,
Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Finance should ensure that all councils in this country use the IFMIS system for their financial transaction, with effect from, it's already there, but now they should be using it with immediate effect. With immediate effect.
For Woolley is, he knows weak place. Weak place. Does he know Kuntaur Area Council? No.
Honorable Speaker.
The place. You should know the place yourself.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposal is that the finance ministry should ensure that councils use IFMIS system with it.
Please. Honorable Speaker, you see, the reason why the member came up with this suggestion, he must have realized that there are some lapses. And
no, honorable member, we have passed that. We now want to include it.
No. 1 second.
What we want to do is...
Honorable Speaker, what I want him is immediate effect might not be very convenient or effective. Why not the member to say July, effective July 2024 or January 2024, so that they will have time to employ efficient people?
But according to you people, you said they have efficient people and it's already there.
No.
That's what you have said.
No,
it's already there and there is capacity.
No, what we said...
Why wait until July 2024?
No, what we said, Honorable Speaker, I said I share your views that it's complicated and it needs qualified people. And I said we have qualified people everywhere in the country, but you need to employ them. And employing, there are processes and procedures in this public institution. Sometimes you have deadlines. So if we say immediate effect, what is the rationale of us saying this must be done? Because the rationale is effectiveness. We cannot say immediate effect.
Qualified IFMIS personnel, it's most difficult to employ them. Where you cannot even get them from the ministry itself because of the package they have. So if you are talking about councils to appoint those type of people, it's out of the way. Now, you want it there. If it is not applicable, they will come back to you.
Yes, Honorable.
You know, I don't just want
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, what I don't want is members to make a resolution that is not applicable. I don't want that. So we need more research on these things. We just don't make things only to come and find out. After all what we have done, this is not applicable because of A, B, and C. But nonetheless, we can just capture it as it is, that the finance ministry ensures that councils, is it introduced? They said it's already there. How are you going to introduce?
It's already there.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Is it finance that introduces these things to them?
Yes, it's Accountant General.
Honorable Speaker, 1 second. Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
You know, the member or some members are claiming that it's been introduced already, but because of capacity or lack of interest from council to make sure it happened. Now, to cater for either inefficiency or lack of capacity, to cater for everybody on board, we must come up to saying, effective July 2024, all councils must use whatever, all their financial dealings through IFMIS system by January 2024 or July 2024.
Yes, that's what we are saying. Others are saying that finance should introduce.
Now that is why we will.
That's what I heard from Woolley and these people.
We will not use the term introduce. What we are going to say is what we should say is by July 2024 or by January 2024, all council financials dealing must be on IFMIS.
No. So you now leave out finance.
No.
Because he's talking about the Ministry of Finance should ensure. That's what his statement was.
Now,
are you bring all that away?
No, Honorable Speaker, okay, we can say by end July 2024 or by January 1st, 2024, the Ministry of Finance must ensure that effective January 2024 or July 2024, all councils' financial transactions.
You stick to one.
No.
You either say January or July. No, you make a proposal.
No, I am not the mover of the motion. It's up to him. All right, now, order, please. We are in September. We have 3 months to. Now, let's say July, effective July 2024. Yes. Yes, because, Honorable Speaker, the member for Woolley is...
Honorable, now I think we have concluded this now. We have agreed that it should be used and that we are going to agree it will be latest July 2024. Huh? So, minority.
Woolley East.
Minority, you've captured it, that the finance ministry should ensure that all councils should use IFMIS system latest 31st July 2024. Huh? January is short. Now, let's not debate that now. Now, we have 38. IFMIS. Councils. It is. Your next proposal.
Number 4. Number 4.
Go ahead.
Secretary General, Office of the President. And then the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Works. To provide written explanation to the FPAC as to why the approval for a single source procurement for the rehabilitation works at State House was sought after the completion of the work on or before 28 September 2023. So if they fail to do this, what's next? I think there should be, after the failure, when they fail to do so, the secretary and the permanent secretary should be called by FPAC for explanation. And for instance, that one should be added there.
They should provide a written explanation.
Yes, FPAC.
When the written explanation is not forthcoming,
exactly.
FPAC will bring another recommendation to you.
After 28, they should come back to you. No, you should be here.
Honorable Member for Oluyundum. Pardon?
It's fine, I'm good.
It's fine. Honorable nominated member Keba Lang. Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just have a general observation on the stipulated time frame.
Sorry.
On the stipulated time frame, that is 28 September. No, it's almost all the recommendation. 28 September. If you looked up from today to 28 September is 9 days. If you remove Saturdays and Sundays. Yes, you see, my argument is, my point of observation actually, we don't want to give them a time frame where they can come back again. Because let us look at it. Why not we give them at least 1 month grace period, 1 month. That's from the date today, 18 October. Anyway, that's my observation on this time frame.
Yes, Honorable Man.
Yeah, I think if you look at the COVID-19 report, we are using the same time frame. It was supposed to be on Thursday. If you look at the first draft, we say from the 14th to 25th. Because we could not lay this one on the 14th, we had to make that adjustment. But the same time frame that has been given to COVID is the same one that we are giving to them, where we need them to report back, the same time frame.
Because of Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, because of also the exigency of time, and as alluded to by the member for Nyamina Dankuku and the chairman, once resolutions of this nature are passed, I know it's the norms, but they should expedite it to urgently send copies to relevant institutions, including the Chief Executive Office of the country.
Honorable Member for Woolly East. No. We are now moving. Oh, you still want to do? I thought we have concluded that. I think we have agreed that we leave it as that because you have passed. It's just the same thing as the one you passed. Yes. Honorable Member for Dankunku, Nyamina. Nyamina Dankunku, are you okay?
The reason of the whole house is to maintain it, but actually if you give a time that is impossible again, it's going to derail our work.
No, what they are saying is they are giving the same time to the previous resolution you passed for COVID-19. Are you comfortable, Honorable Member Nyamina?
Whatever the House decides, but I am not comfortable with 9 days.
Honorable members, what is your opinion? We leave it as it is, or we try to amend it?
My opinion is we give it a time frame of 1 month.
Yes.
From the day the resolution is passed.
Well, seconded.
No, we leave it as it is.
Honorable members, I don't like people shouting.
Okay.
Everybody will be given a chance. The minority is saying that the time frame is sought to enable these people to report back. We give them a month. The mover of the motion said they have given all of them the same time frame. The previous resolutions you passed for COVID-19 was on the 25th, I don't know, according to him. This one was the same, but it is adjusted because of the extra 2-3 days it also had to take it to the 28th. So they want both resolutions to have the same time frame, not giving this one 1 month and the other one 8 days or 10 days. That's his point. Now you've heard both sides. What is your opinion? We leave it as it is or we move it? Who thinks otherwise? Yeah, who thinks otherwise? Okay. Then we continue. Honorable Member for Woolly.
Yes, thank you. Mine is on 24. That the judiciary prepares the account and submit for audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023. I don't see any time frame there. I don't see any repercussion for not doing so. Is that? It's rectified.
To year ended 31st/12/2022 and submit them for audit to the Auditor General for the period ending 31st December 2023.
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, can you read that?
No, that one doesn't matter.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Can you go over that again?
Read what you have. There wasn't an amendment on that 24, and what I captured was that the judiciary prepared their accounts and submit them. Somebody said there were observations until you finally agreed that their accounts from the year ended 31st December 2016 to 31st December 2022. That's what you agreed and you captured. You even gave it out. And then submit them for audit to the Auditor General, not for the period ending, before 31st December 2023. That one should not be for the period ending. You cannot bring accounts for the December 2023. Is that the timeline to the Auditor General before 31st December 2023. Not Auditor General for the period. To Auditor General before 31st December 2023. Member for Woolly East. Is that what you mean? Yeah, we have already done the correction on it. It was all captured. Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Minority, have you captured it now? All right, Minority, what about this other one? There is this, look at 18. The Director General of where? Have you seen it? What is it?
GCCPC must ensure that the money is involved in
GCCPC.
Gambia Consumer Protection Commission.
I think this is not a common abbreviation. I think why don't you write it down and put GCCPC in brackets?
In full.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll write it in full.
Yes. Okay. Yes. You know?
Gambia Competition and Consumer Protection Commission.
No, that was my only
concern. Okay.
Because
so we're writing in full.
So, honorable members, I have finished the list. So, do I put the question now, or do you still have some observations to make? Honorable members, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the resolutions of ECPAC Committee on the Auditor General's report as amended. Honorable Lee,
if you know what he's talking about, he was talking about fraud. So if it is about fraud,
Honorable, you refer us specifically to areas.
No, where you just, the last one that you've just been dealing with, that was the fraud one, that they must recover the fuel.
Weak number. Honorable, these are the registered number.
18. The 18 you are talking about, the 18.
18?
Yeah, the number 18.
Yes.
You know, he's talking about fuel coupons defrauded. Okay. That the director of GCCPC must ensure that the monies involved in fraud case concerning fuel coupons defrauded by their staff be fully recovered on or before the 28th September 2023, failure of which the Inspector General of Police must launch an investigation possible. If the fraud case is established, it's already established, then we are giving chance for them to pay the money. So which means after paying the money, you leave the staff to continue with the practice that they are doing. That's how I see it. So I think the Inspector General of Police should immediately, since it is already established, should immediately launch an investigation into this matter. Don't give them another chance to bring money and then they stay there.
But I think the best thing is not to lose everything. Paying the money does not prevent an investigation. Paying the money does not prevent that the crime has been committed. You can be punished for that. But the most important thing is to get the money back.
Noted.
You know. And honorable members, be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the resolution of the National Assembly of the ECPAC Committee, on the audited reports on the accounts of the Gambia government, area councils, and parastatals as amended. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. I think we all have done our corrections. Minority leader and the mover of the motion has captured all the corrections. Minority, am I right? So we are ready with it. Sure. I thought that this will take us 30 minutes to 1 hour. Which minister? Are the ministers here? Clerk. Clerk, can we proceed?
Oral ministerial reply. Orders 47, 48, and 50. Minister's reply to the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development nationwide visit to intervention sites, September 2022, by the Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Honorable members, after the adoption of the report of the National Assembly Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development nationwide visit to intervention sites, that is from September 2022, during the previous session, the report was submitted to government, in particular the Minister for Agriculture, for consideration and reply as per Order 100 of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly. Accordingly, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture is scheduled today to reply to the report. May I now invite the Honorable Minister for Agriculture to take the podium and make his statement. Honorable Minister. Yes, can we hear the point of order?
Thank you. Honorable Chair, point of order. Oral 48, oral ministerial statement 2. The Vice President or Minister shall make a written copy of the statement available to members as early as possible, and in any event at least 30 minutes before delivering the statement. I don't see the statement in front of me. No, this is under order 47 and 48, and this is 48. It is stated 48, so then it should be amended on the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul South. Honorable member, if you look at it, this is the minister's reply as per reports of committees who went round. It's not necessarily Standing Order 48 or 47, it's Standing Order 100 that we are invoking for the Honorable Minister to respond to issues raised by the various committees before us here. It does not warrant a submission of statements by the Minister as if it were the oral statements made by the Minister to questions posed by honorable members. This one we are invoking section 100. Honorable members, you can make reference to 100.
Then why was section 47 and 48 referenced?
8 and 49, they did it purposely because they thought the minister was speaking orally to you people. But the relevant section, if you look at the other paper is minister's reply to the report, which only comes under section 100 of the standing orders. So can the Honorable Minister please continue?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First, please allow me to thank the chairperson of the Select Committee on Agriculture and all the 9 members in the committee, plus the 3 support staff for undertaking a very laborious 6-day tour of agricultural sites nationwide. Yes, it's your mandate, and we really thank you for the exercise. It goes a long way in complementing the executive, specifically the Ministry of Agriculture, project implementation and supervisory functions. I hope this becomes a routine in your calendar, and I've urged my permanent secretary and team to accord you the fullest support and cooperation in this exercise. The report highlighted several challenges nationwide, and also it came up with some recommendations. And I'm not sure if I'm going to go through the report and identify the challenges with our response, or the format is somebody's going to be asking questions. But nonetheless, on the introductory part, it said, and I would start from there, sites visited fell under the purview of the Roots Project, Giraffe, P2RS, Rice Value Chain Transformation, and the Regional Rice Value Chain Development Project under the Ministry of Agriculture. Several recommendations in this report emanated from observations made by the committee during its visits. Then I would focus on the challenges that were identified by the committees, and I think that started, the pages were not numbered, but it said, it started at the findings, and it said, the committee began engagement with stakeholders in the agricultural sector on the status of projects and programs, with a stop at Nyomi Kanuma in the North Bank region. Members took note of the presentation of women on the aspect of horticultural garden, and that the adult literacy program too. The garden project, it said, the women informed the committee of the garden project is a continuation of the NEMA project. As a result, the Roots project is taking it from the NEMA project, where the NEMA project stopped. The NEMA project constructed the fence, storage facility, and water reservoirs. Their challenges are the size of the garden is 4 hectares. Also, they complained about market access and also literacy, adult literacy program. The issues identified regarding being 4 hectares, the reason is because the Roots project took over from NEMA and they exactly implemented the designs of the NEMA project. Because design and supervision would have taken a long time, so for the interest of exigency, they implemented the 4 hectare plan based on that. Also, the ministry has recognized the challenge of the size of the garden and will be working with the projects that are specialized in garden as demand-driven, and will be working with the community. The market access have been solved because Roots have brokered an agreement with Kerkunta Farm in the North Bank region to be buying directly from Kanuma and Yalal gardens so that the women don't have to struggle how to sell their produce anymore. And Kerkunta Garden has just been aided with $120,000 US, which is $7.5 million by the Giraffe Project as part of our goal to support private sector actors. The other issue that was identified was their overhead tank, that is the water issue. That was in Yalal, Tankonjala. The overhead tank and related irrigation infrastructure issues have been solved, and Yalal Tankonjala is in production at the moment. Then they also identified issues in Yalal relating to a damage to the fence due to a fallen tree. And also they said the storage facility had some leakage. I'm pleased to inform you that the fence have been restored since January and the leaking roof in Yalal has been resolved since January. The committee also had a courtesy call at the regional office in Kerewan. And in Kerewan, they talked about the Roots project operating in parallel to the government infrastructure. This is true and it is a challenge. However, we've made it very clear that projects from now on will be implemented through our structures. Roots project has parallel structure because it was part of the financing agreement. During my last visit to Rome, we had a meeting with IFAD and we've agreed to a midterm review. And this midterm will be in January 2024, where we will attempt to mainstream most of the root activities. The committee also had a spot check at the Chairman Center. And the management of the center took the honorable members on a tour, and members took note of the poultry initiative and turkey breeding, moringa plantation, and various vegetable plantation around the site. The management of the center highlighted some of their challenges with operational financing. They point out that it is cost intensive to provide chicken feed because all the raw materials are bought from Senegal. Currently, I'm happy to inform the honorable members that this center is totally under the Ministry of the Youth and Sports. I have had a joint visit with the Minister of Sports myself, and we are collaborating on how to support their activities. But the center is wholly and solely under the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Also, the committee visited Kaur Cold Storage, which is under the Roots project. The committee noted that the construction was slow. The main project staff were not on the ground to give details of the project and reasons for the slow progress. I am happy to inform you that the cold storage facility in Kaur and all the other 3 are completed. Roots and the Ministry of Agriculture staff are currently in the process of handing this to the communities. One of them, the one in Basse, had a leaking roof, which has since been resolved. So all the 3 cold storage facilities, the one in Kaur, Basse, and Jarasoma, are completed. The committee also went to Balangar and identified an animal drinking point. Of course, there were no challenges, but it was mentioned in the report. And I'm happy to inform you that, well, as it is, that animal drinking facility was established by P2RS project and is managed by the local committee. Every cattle owner pays $10 per cattle, and they use those funds locally to manage their drinking point. And it has been that way for a while with no issues. They also visited Sotuma Sambakoi, which is a rice producing area in the URR. And specifically, the challenges in Sotuma Sambakoi were the beneficiary informed the committee that there are too many weeds on the farm and that they had to do 3 rounds of weeding. Water supply was also mentioned. The committee was informed that the land was in well level. It was also reported that the imbalance has caused incomplete land development program, has resulted from irrigation challenges. As a result, the GAP, that is the Gambia Armed Force Rice Project, relies on 2 pumping machines from the other parts of the farm, and they also spoke of instances of pest infestation and then birds being major issues and hindrance to their production. I'm happy to inform the committee and the House that pest and related issues be reported to the regional office in Basse. However, the ministry has a specialized department that is pest control, and if need be, it should be escalated to Yundum for expert involvement. But to be specific about that site in Sotuma, the regional rice value transformation has supplied them with birds and monkeys carrying guns. So that should have taken care of their problem. And they were also supplied with Sahel 134, which is a certified rice seed, high-yielding rice seeds. I have also visited the site, and during the vacation of His Excellency the President, he visited that same site and has even donated them with a tractor. So we'll assume that their issues have been resolved as of now. The committee also went to Sutukoba in Woodley East and Kulari in URR. Their issues are similar. They talked about their drying floors, which were not completed. These drying floors in Sutukoba and Kulari, also the same issue in Nyankui and Kurau. The drying floors are completed, but the accompanying stores are not finished yet, up to now. Under the regional rice value chain, the contractor that was contracted to do these stores and dry floors is A&A Company. Several site visits have been done after your visit by the staff of the ministry, specifically contract committee members. Based on the poor contract performance, the contract of A&A has been terminated. In consultation with the donors, 2 performing contractors under the ministry have been identified to be subcontracted to finish the job. Then they also went to Sotokoi Mandinga, but I assume this was a spelling error. It should be Sololo Mandinga. Sololo. In Sololo, the challenges they identified were they highlighted the issue of monkeys as a threat to their crops, also talked about the overhead water tank for their borehole. They also reported that the Gambia Electrical, who is assigned for the installation of the overhead water tank, told them that the pump and the borehole were not ready yet or are not the recommended type. But they also observed that the place where the overhead water tank is earmarked is quite distant from the borehole. On other issues, apart from the monkeys, mainly around the monkeys and water issues in Sololo Mandinga. I'm pleased to inform you that in Sololo, there is a fully functional 6-hectare garden established by Roots. They receive seed and fertilizer support. Training was conducted for over 200 women in good vegetable production practices, and also it's an established farmer field school. Gas guns were delivered to them to help them handle the monkey and pest issue. The single toilet that was also a challenge has been identified by Roots, and they are evaluating this issue with the community. And the water tank issue has since been resolved. They don't have any water issue. But again, in Sololo, there was already a garden that was established by LHDP project. The problem in that garden has been water reticulation, and they only produce during the rainy season. I'm happy to inform you that Sololo's second garden is part of the 11 gardens earmarked by Roots for rehabilitation. Then they also visited Sankulekunda. The committee had a brief stop at Sankulekunda at the request of the village committee to bring to the attention of National Assembly members the status of the work of the village rice fields. The challenges there are numerous. But I thank the committee for visiting Sankulekunda. It is a site that has serious potential and a site that has serious challenges at the same time. The contractor at Sankulekunda is Pavifort, and it's hard to inform you that it is definitely non-performing, and that area was actually transferred to CPCU and not Roots as mentioned in the report. The community has gone through a lot, and we sincerely apologize for the production delay in Sankulekunda. However, in 2023 dry season production, the Ministry of Agriculture offered them free plowing services, which was done. We've supplied them with free high-yielding seeds, and we also supplied them with over 160 bags of fertilizer for free, all geared towards enhancing dry season production. Given all the less than optimal contractor issue in Sankulekunda, the ministry has decided to do a force account and has commenced to engage the engineering part of Maru Farms to complete the remaining of the civil work because Pavifort is unable to do so. In Janyambure, Nyantangle, and Farabale, the community of Janyambure is able to cultivate 3 hectares out of the 9 on the rice fields known as Nyantangle. The beneficiaries are concerned that the rice planted on the field were rain-fed and probably would die off if the rain stopped in about a month. Remember, this report was September 2022. The cost involved in the process of a new generator would be installed for pumping facility in about 2 months. The same issue with Farabale. I'm happy to update you on the activity of the ministry and the projects regarding what happened in Nyantangle and Farabale since your visit in September 22. Currently, as we speak, both Nyantangle and Farabale are in production. During the dry season of 2023, Farabale received 38 bags of high-yielding seeds, 223 bags of fertilizer, and $32,000 worth of fuel to help them in their dry season production. And Nyantangle received about 60 bags of high-yielding seeds, 240 bags of fertilizer, and $36,000 worth of fuel to help them in their dry season production. During this current rainy season, both Farabale and Nyantangle were also given free plowing services by the Roots project. Seeds and fertilizer support were given to them. The pumping machines, as we speak, are functional, and both fields, Nyantangle and Faraba, are under intense production. The committee also visited the Lower River region, and the agriculture director highlighted a few challenges while they were in the LRR. The director explained that there is high cost of power supply which is not paid for by the ministry and cost him personally, sometimes up to $15,000. He also highlighted the lack of mobility for his office and how difficult it is for the staff of the directorate to live up to their expectation without mobility challenges, without mobility issues being solved. I am happy to inform the National Assembly and the committee specifically that the Department of Agriculture in 2023 procured $1,060,000 worth of cash power and distributed it to all the regional offices. However, I have also discussed this with the Permanent Secretary and the Director General. Just in case any regional office buys cash power out of their own pocket, which is highly unlikely, but also is a possibility, they should use the receipt and follow the procedure of refund. As far as mobility is concerned, the regional director has been given a brand new pickup by the Roots project, and already there was a Nemachoso pickup in the LRR. But also, the Department of Agriculture has received 24 motorcycles for LRR. LRR currently has 26 extension workers. So out of the 26, all the 24 have been supplied with motorbikes after your visit. The other areas of challenge that were identified were, let's say, it says, as the aspect of giraffe projects, and this is all in LRR, the region administered about 32 applications. 8 sites were selected, and but they think the list that was supplied to the project was disregarded and the project put in their own list. We are happy to inform you that LRR actually currently benefits 8 out of the 40 gardens that are to be erected by the giraffe project. So LRR alone has about 20% of all the gardens that are planned by the ministry. So the region has been well taken care of. Also, in LRR, the garden in Manduar, Nema, and Medina are part of the 14 to be rehabilitated by the Roots project. They also visited Jarasoma, where they went and had a view of the cold storage facility. But like I said earlier, the cold storage facility in Jarasoma is complete, and the Roots project with the Ministry of Agriculture are in the process of handing it to the community. Then they also visited Kiang Manduar, and the women gardeners in Manduar had a few issues, and some of them were the high cost of seeds for production, lack of access because of bad roads, and lack of access to market. I'm happy to inform the committee and the House that the road leading to Manduar, being constructed by the government of His Excellency President Barrow, is almost completed. And also, Manduar is one of the gardens listed by Roots for rehabilitation, and the garden has received seed support from the Roots project. Manduar is an area that is regularly visited by our extension service, and we have a personnel on the ground. And I think it's the same with the visit to Kiang Keneba. The challenges in Keneba that were identified was the management of Walik highlighted the lack of sufficient funding for their plans and programs. Compared to the capacity of the center, the ongoing business is small scale. The housing facility for the animals are dilapidated, and in some cases, it is not fit for purpose. In Walik, which is the West Africa Livestock Innovation Center, headquarters in Bijilo, this was intended as a sub-regional institution. And since the changing of ITC to Walik, a lot of the countries in the sub-region has had their own livestock centers, leaving this one we have in the Gambia largely underfunded with very little capacity. Knowing the capacity gap, we are assessing the Walik issue holistically, and we'll have to have a solution because currently the design was to be an institution representing most West African countries. Now that it is only left with the Gambia, budget and capacity is an issue. We've already just moved a retired veterinarian who retired from Gilma for supporting them to build capacity. However, the Walik issue must be looked at holistically, and we are assessing that. They also went to Foni Tampoto. There was a road being built by the Giraffe project. We are happy to tell you that the road is still under construction, it's not finished. The issues identified there will only be solved once the road is done, because it's lack of culvert and drainage issues, and those ones will only be finished after the road is completed. They also visited Marakisa, that is I think in Brikama South. They think vehicle to transport their vegetables to the market. They also complained about animals and pests destroying their crops, and they also complained about thieves. Marakisa, just like Manduar, is among the 14 gardens to be rehabilitated by Roots. The size is based on the existing design from the previous project, NEMA, like I said earlier. For the problem of thieves, we encourage them to liaise with their local community police and the Ministry of Interior. However, Marakisa is one of those places that are seriously challenged by monkeys. And this, we've advised them that a location almost always determines how much monkeys will infest. The more isolated the garden, the more likely monkeys will go. And we have also encouraged them to cultivate crops that are less likely to attract monkeys, such as onions and okra. But also, they will be supplied with a gas gun to scare pests away. As far as marketing and transport issues, there is a youth marching grant under the Roots project for which we encourage them to apply, and the youth marching grant involves transportation. For marketing also, the project and the ministry has an MIS, that is the Market Information System operated by Roots, and we also have the Agricultural Value Chain Interaction Platform. And what this platform does is members on this platform are both the producers, the transporters, and the marketers. And jointly on this platform, the issue of marketing gets addressed. This ended the report, and then they have several recommendations. Most of their recommendations centered around having CPCU play its traditional role of oversight, and also the Ministry of Agriculture and CPCU Contract Committee must ensure strict compliance and terminate those that are not delivering. Also, in the interest of continuity, the project should be managed by personnel in the institution instead of having to leave the ministry. Another recommendation they said was to ensure synergy in complementing the project efforts. All incomplete projects with contractors that do not meet their timeline should be completed before December 2023. These recommendations we are already started implementing. Like I said earlier, apart from the Roots project, we have made a policy decision that there will be no project under the ministry that will be a standalone, that will operate independently. All project activities will be implemented through our line and technical departments. Contractors that are not performing, we have already terminated some. We are in the process of evaluating the orders and recontracting it to companies that have the capacity, the material, and the manpower to do what needs to be done. So we are cognizant of their recommendation, and we have started implementing them. Most of them are already in place, and we thank the committee very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Honorable members, following consultations with both sides of the Assembly, it looks like people want to re-energize themselves to be able to effectively participate
the extent that the proposal is we suspend sittings at this juncture, go for prayers and lunch, and then come back immediately to continue the business of the day. Pardon?
Speaker. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has been here since morning. I think we can finish with him so we can release him.
Honorable Minority.
Honorable Speaker, it's after 4 o'clock. We've been sitting down since 4 o'clock. I think we need to break and have our lunch.
Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, in fact, this is not debatable. What I'm saying is I have made consultations with both sides, the leaders of both sides of Parliament, and it is agreed that we suspend the House. It is already 16:03. How many minutes would you need to be back again? It's 3 minutes after 4. Half past 4 or 4:45? To be reasonable with honorable members, we will say 4:45. I know 4:45 will finally be in after 5, because 4:45 also will be just time for prayers. Yes?
I'm suggesting that we make it at 4:30. Most of the members have already sneaked. They already eaten already. So it's better we resume at 4:30. 4:30? Some have already eaten, so we can come at 4:30.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say, in fact, is 4:30 is just about time for prayers. Oh, you don't mind, honorable members? 4:45? I know we will not be in by 4:45. We will start by 5. But now, honorable member, we will now suspend the sessions until 16:45. 16:45 hours. The House now stands suspended until 16:45 hours.
Finance is becoming an increasingly popular mechanism for poverty alleviation, especially for developing countries around the world. This microfinance service adheres to the principles of Islam as a form of social responsibility. Yona Islamic Microfinance is the Islamic microfinance of choice in the Gambia, trustworthy and reliable. At Yona Islamic Microfinance, we provide savings products, current accounts, financing products in conformity with Islam. In addition, Yona Islamic Microfinance also offers local and international remittances, takaful fund, management of zakat, management of awqaf, trading and investment, and building of strategic partnerships to bring financial services to the doorstep of the poor with donor projects, madrasas, youth organizations, women groups, and farmer organizations. Make a choice with Yona Islamic Microfinance today. For more information on Yona Islamic Microfinance, call 377-2151 or 9832-151 or visit Yona head office at Tipa Garage, Bakote, or visit any Yona branch located countrywide near you.
Yo, nga transfer la sto.
Ya transfer la sto.
Ha, code nyenji.
Okay. Korsa. Nsila ID soto.
Sa so. Sorry. I get it.
Bijan bro.
Alba.
Mbata.
Bara alla service o tariya.
Ah,
mbare ki janna nun kunu bara tariya.
Janno Yona forest de bureau Gambia tonkon na no mbali ya bere ha birin ko na fo katon
barisi ko do kino katon ni fo bolom blabe
56 branches mo la soto Gambia ja ha Gambia kono ani Gambia bantala bankol nko ko do ki ya bere kodo sifa fo falindiro fo nyaadi lafta memmen na ko di topoto nin ko di maraw danno number 1 ti nyonta andum fana nata anoda enterprise sotale wala nyindi ko do morol fana ko fana be firale le dadi man do morol ni fana beteat Gambia dawda yalo ngam fa kendol sotale je
wo mo
akalen ta
baraka ya lafta nyelen kendol e bina
yalo bu kanila ko la baraka
yalo ndel chosano
baraka